Now if I can get it right. Yeah, I'm live again though. But right now I'm just jumping into a random practice session, and then when Jacob registers, we'll switch over to his sessions.
Why are you guys pooping on the floor? Stop pooping on the floor. So only two people you didn't have to wait. Pissing me off. You want me to wait to jump into Jacob's then?
Yeah, once Jacob fully registers, then we'll jump into his.
Do you want me to jump in the practice section though?
When he gets into one, yeah. You don't have to. Alright, you ready? Alright, here we go. In three, two. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to iCast Racing Network. Right here from the very, very foggy Charlotte Motor Speedway, as we present to you that's not gonna work. As we present to you the iRacing Coke 600. Today, these drivers are going to be taking on. My bad. Uh, these drivers will be taking on this 1.5-mile trioval track. And we just got word that my buddy has finally opened up into a session. So we are going to take just another moment here. And we're going to jump over into the session with him as we're going to broadcast his race. So you guys will get to see a little bit here how iRacing works. But just give us just a moment
Pitting in.
as we transfer over to his session here for just a couple minutes. Since it gives me the option to. Let's go ahead and
You said have a
Hello,
good evening. Like we're not gonna talk again.
hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the NASCAR iRacing Series Coke 600 right here on the iCast Racing Network. Today, we are going to be watching split number 2 for their fixed series. This race, you guys are going to see a whopping 400 laps around this 1.5-mile track. Let's go ahead and bring up our race facts here. Just forget about that FARS logo up in the upper hand corner. But this track is, like I said, a 1.5-mile quad oval. They will be racing for 400 laps, which is 600 miles at this phenomenal speedway. The banking in the corners is 24 degrees, 5 degrees on the straights. And some keys to the race. You want to make it to sundown. Yes, this race will transition from daytime to nighttime. Watch your tire wear. Tire wear is huge here. And if you have to pit under green, this is one of the hardest pit roads to get down onto while they are under green. And most of all, track position in the closing laps is going to be one of the biggest things today. And most of all, I would like to welcome everybody in. That is weird. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Okay, give me just a moment here, you guys. As we see Jacob Klein take to the track. You guys, give me just one moment here. I am having small technical difficulties.
Can I get a mic check? I got you loud and clear, David. Thank you, Jacob. You are welcome. Tyler, I'm lined up right behind you. What a coincidence.
Well, the last time we were on track together, you were lined up right in front of me, and I bumped you a little off center there.
I'm going to go ahead and bump you here on pit road and get the bumping out of the way then.
Yeah, I always worry about you in these races because we're the same speed, like literally the same speed at every track.
That is not a thing to worry about. Last night I was racing another guy that's the same speed as me, and I told him my goal is to finish side by side at the line with you. And sure enough, we did, and he beat me by 100. So hey, that's my goal with you now. I want us both to get on the lead lap, and we're gonna be racing at the end, bud.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Now that we have this all figured out, we're going to take a look here at our starting lineup for this amazing race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As you see, two of our drivers having a little bit of fun here in the pre-race. So on our starting on the pole is going to be Nolan Hicks and David Snook. Row number 2 is going to be Justin Bondurant and Braden Carroll. Donald Hickson Jr. and Austin Coop. Let me go ahead and get these guys turned down here real quick. And then we've got Brian Noel and Jacob Schneider. Then we have Jordan Kalani and Galen Gidman. Row number 6 is going to be Seth Founty and Tyler Gutner. Row number 7 is you're going to see Ross Cato and Jacob Klein, followed by Ethan Workman, Neil Phelps, Connor Truman, Michael Kenner, Jeremy Paris, Joseph Sisnick, Ray Suski, Joshua Williams, Jason Iliani, Dane Cruz, Joseph Hayes, David Williams, as the field is coming out of turn number 4 now to take this green flag for the iRacing Coke 600. And the green flag is out as the field barges down into turn number 1 for the very first time. And we are ready to see here some really good battles happening. Let me get some of this noise cranked down. I forgot to do some of that here. And we already have one car slow on the inside. Alright, as we sit here and we watch this field storm out of turn number 2. We're going to crank some of this sound here down real quick. And here they come on the front straightaway once again. Let me go ahead and get re-caught up here with these guys as they sit here and storm through. Let's try to get this sound here taken care of real quick, so that's not as loud as it needs to be. But we want some sound to come through here, obviously. So just bear with me here as we watch Galen Gidman in that number 32 Rusty's Ford Mustang fire down into turn number 3. Take a look at that beautiful paint scheme that that you see there, as he pays homage to Lightning McQueen from the Disney Cars saga. Let's take a look here from his rear bumper as they go through turns 1 and 2. You can get a really good sense of the banking here. That's 24 degrees banking here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as he's tracking down that number 31 of Tyler Gunter and Brian Noel right in front of him. And I think that's pretty good on the sound. If it does change and we need to up it or lower it, you guys please just tell me and we will get it taken care of. And here these guys go out of turn number 4 once again. Actually, we're going to use this little tower here so you can see where your favorite drivers may fall here. And we do have some really good battles here. Let's go ahead and make our way up with our race leader. As they are fighting for position up here for that top spot. As you see here, for third place, we got Nolan Hicks, Austin Cooper, and Tyler Gunther up here fighting for that top spot. And by the way, oh, that is really huge on my screen. Why does it do this? I apologize, you guys. Give me just a moment here as I figure out our technical difficulties that I am experiencing. You know, I didn't have any issues. take a look at the stream. Oh, here it is. It's getting close. I don't know. Here we go. I finally got it all figured out, ladies and gentlemen. Ha 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 ha. I win. Nothing's gonna keep this broadcaster down. Alrighty, let's get back here to the racing action. We have Tyler Gunter up front, being charged heavily there by Austin Coogan, that number 9 Toyota Camry, as he makes for the move on the inside into turn number 1. And here they come down the back straightaway, side by side. Cooper is looking for that spot. He tucks back up right behind Gunter in that number 31 Ford Mustang. As they come around turns 3 and 4, he looks to the inside once again. Gunter has made up many positions from his starting spot as he made his way around turns 1 and 2, coming down here to the back straightaway. I also want to bring into the booth Crystal Burton. She's up here with me today. She's going to help call some of these shots as we are rooting on our teammate and team owner Jacob Klein in that number 19 NVIDIA Epic Fails Motorsports Chevy. As of right now, he has lost 3 positions since we dropped that green flag. Crystal, what are you experiencing and expecting for this long 400 lap race?
I see it going many directions. It always has. You always have a caution that will turn your race right around. Like the action right now in front of the 19, it's pretty much back and forth 3 wide most of the time in front of him. Now it's fine, but it's unpredictable what could happen in this 400 lap race. Anything can happen.
Yep.
One mistake can redo your whole race.
Yep, and that is the very truth here as these cars roar back into turn number 1 in front of Jacob Klein. We are watching Neil Phelps in that number 14 Chevy Mountain Dew car as they come off of turn 2, and he is trying to track down Ethan Workman in front of him. As you see Jacob Klein behind, making a move onto the inside of Michael Simmons for that 19th spot, as he just settles right back down behind him.
Remember, it's a race, but you have to be a turtle in the beginning because you never know what will happen in front of you.
I agree 100% with that. This is like we said, ladies and gentlemen, a 600-mile race. This is,
and anything can happen through pit road. Anything can change.
Absolutely. You can see speeding on pit road. You can see, cautions happen right in front of you, and you just very well need to, as we have about 3 cars bounce off of turn 2 back there at the end of the pack. And as we come back up here to the leader, it looks like Austin Coop did finally get around that number 31 of Tyler Gunter but he has Braden Carroll in that number 11 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet fighting for him on the inside here as they go through turns 1 and 2 and heading down the back straightaway. This has been a really good battle up front so far. We have about 5 or 6 different cars trying to take over that top spot as they are once again side by side with Coop in that SoundCloud number 9 Toyota with Braden Carroll on the inside as Carroll makes that pass and Austin Coop is trying to make that run on the inside, but he just falls back behind him here as they come off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. So things are starting to settle down up here up front. And the 31 of Tyler Gunter gets into the wall in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Remember, these guys need to keep it clean. Let's jump back here to Jason Anderson. As he's pretty much leading this front pack up here in this beautiful number 17 Polaroid camera Chevy Camaro. And they are now working lap number 28. He is trying to get in front of Justin Bondurant. As they come down here, down the back straightaway. And he is really looking to try to get around the number 23 now of Michael Keener. As he does get down onto the inside of that number 23. Coming out of turn number 2, they are still side by side. Things have really settled down and got into a rhythm amongst most of these drivers as we come around to complete lap number 29, and they are still side by side here for that 6th spot. And Jason finally gets around that number 23 of Michael Kenner as they make their way down the back straightaway. And as you can see, once again, they are pretty much just trying to get single file somewhat and settled, as this is a very, very long race. As the 23 gets kissed up into the wall by the 17, and then the 20 bumps the 17. Justin is saying, "You guys holding me up, get out of my way." And he's just letting the number 17 of Jason Anderson know that he is there and on his way.
And people are bumping walls left and right as they're coming through these turns. They're hitting a wall, which is slowing a lot of people down.
That is very true. It is crazy how many people are hitting those walls coming out. Let's sit here and take a look at an exit of turn 2. As you see Jacob Klein pounding the outside wall. And here they come out and coming down here. Just so you can get a general idea, the field is now coming through turns 1 and 2. And just watch how many cars hit that wall coming out of turn 2. Right there. A little bit right there. Right there. Oh, give me one moment, guys. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties over here on my end. They did not like it at all. My cameras did not like that. So let's go ahead and head back and catch up with the field. As they sit here, once again, you see cars bouncing off. We have a lot of cars just bouncing off that turn 2 wall. It is absolutely crazy. I'm assuming a lot of these drivers are having issues with probably tightness. And unfortunately, with this race today, there is not much you can really do to help, loosen up these cars because these are fixed setups. So most of your in-car adjustments just will not make any sort of uh, any kind of help. So pretty much all you can do is change your brake bias as the race goes on to try to use that to your advantage to get the car loose, tighten it back up, and do what you got to do as we move along. Let's jump back up here with Austin Coop, who is your current race leader. As they come through 3 and 4, coming to 36 laps complete. Looking at that number 9 Toyota Camry, it is actually a very simple but yet very beautiful designed race car. And it looks like we here have Nolan Hicks in that number 24 Super Flow Toyota Camry made his way up into that second spot. But look,
I think Nolan Hicks is the one that, he's the one that started. He started on the pole. And I don't know what happened to him throughout the race, but he did start on the pole, so he is due to be up there. He just had something happen.
that is absolutely right. He is your race pole position winner, as you got more cars bouncing off of that turn 2 wall. But take a look who has made their way into the top 3. Jason Anderson in that number 17 Polaroid Chevrolet. He has gained 25 spots.
Yep, he gridded at 28.
He started 28th and he's making his way up. He's got a rocket ship underneath that Polaroid hood.
But Crowley started gridded in 4th and stayed in 4th. He's only consistent right now in the top 5.
Yep, Carol is sitting over there in that HendrickCars.com Chevrolet, just riding around in that number 4th spot. But I want to come back up here to the race lead, as you see Anderson trying and eyeing the race leader, if I can get those words spit out. And it looks like he took it coming out of turn number 4, but Coop said, no sir, not today. And Coop will once again lead that lap. And you have that number 24 of Hicks on the inside now as well. He's vying for that top spot as they come out of turn number 2.
He keeps rubbing on that wall. As you're watching him, he just rubs on that wall coming through it. And it's probably slowing him down. That's why Nolan just passed him.
That is very, very good reason why. That is the reason why Hicks did get around. But look at who we finally have up in the lead is that number 17 of Jason Anderson Jr. as he dives down in turn number 3 once again, but this time as your race leader as we complete lap number 42. And he is
in a caution-free run. We have a caution-free run right now.
That is absolutely right. We have had no caution so far this race, and they have been green for 42 laps, which has been...
Hey, Mike, how many laps are in a gallon of gas for these cars?
Oh, that is actually a really good question. Let's take a quick sneak peek at Jacob Klein, who has just about 25 more laps left on fuel. That means these cars can go almost just about 70 laps on one tank of gas before
Yeah.
these cars start making their way down on the pit road.
But then but in the beginning you said about saving tires. How important was to save tires during this race? But if they're going 70 laps, can these tires go 70 laps?
As long as these drivers manage their tires, they can go the whole way. These cars will tighten up, or they might start getting loose as these cars continue to come out and smack the wall a little bit out of turn 2. I have
Italian.
never seen this happen before. At least when I run it, I don't hit the walls coming out of turn number 2. But let's take a small break here as we're watching these cars come around. We're going to go back to position number 17, and we're going to take a look here at Mark Gonzalez. He's another guy that I have been watching as we come up here, as in that number 3. Oh, whoa! And we have trouble on the front stretch. And we have our very first caution. Mark Gonzalez. You can say that this right here is the commentator's curse, because I was about to say he has made up of just about about 14 spots right before this caution came out. So let's come back and take a quick look and see what happened.
I'll be right back in the booth.
And we're gonna sit here and take a look at this number 3. And let's take a look once again. And he just slides up and into the side of that number 35. And that 22 had nowhere to go. Let's come back here and take a look, and let's take a ride with the number 22 and see what he saw as they come out. Let's take a look here. Let's take a on-board look here with the number 22 as they come
He's yelling at his rate.
as they come out. With the 22 absolutely have nowhere to go. Let's take a look once again. It just kind of helped him around at that point. There was really not much he can do in that situation. And let's take a look here as we go high above Charlotte Motor Speedway with most of these cars. So we're going to have a little bit of fun here. So a lot of these guys don't know that I'm up here in the booth broadcasting their race. So let's take a look here. We may have to get these guys next time by. What happened to Jason Anderson as he is just now coming out of the pits, coming through 3 and 4?
It looks like he might have dropped.
Did he drop? Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, it's not. It looks like he dropped for a second.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Now he's back in his pit stall.
Oh, it looked like... So it seems that he missed his pit stall and then had to restart. So here the field comes out of turn number 4 once again. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pipe it down and we're going to do our version of Crank It Up. It has been a phenomenal restart for all these drivers here as we make our way through turns 3 and 4 once again as we're watching the number 10 of Ethan Workman in that beautiful number 10 on Sponsored Race Car. As we have these cars swinging down, these guys have fresh tires, so they are wanting to keep an eye on how they go. But real quick, I want to come back and take a look at Jason Anderson in the number 17. On this last restart, he was all the way back in just about the 32nd spot, and he has already worked his way back up to P25. He has a very strong race car, and it's not going to be much longer till he is back up here. Let's take a look here at number 29 in that Hitachi inspired Chevrolet, that number 29 right there. Hitachi is from Japan. Not much info here to give us, but we are glad that he is here in Charlotte racing with us. Let's come up here and take a look once again with that here with David Snook, as he is fighting for that number 7th spot, which is currently being held on by Jordan Kalin. I apologize, I'm not exactly sure how I am pronouncing that name right. Then you got Dan Cruz in that number 6 right behind him, taking a look at that beautiful anime car right there. And these cars are flying, coming through 1 and 2 once again. Things are very settled down up here in the top 5 with Nolan Hicks in that number 24 as your race leader. And Tyler Gunter and Austin Coop are fighting it out for that number 2 spot as they come through the tri-oval heading down into turn 1 once again. This has been a phenomenal race so far. And we're just going to sit here and watch these cars as they become single file. Again, they're only coming to lap 60. So these guys really want to try to save as much as they can before they do absolutely take off. In order to win this race, it is the fittest, survival of the fittest. And they have been absolutely amazing this race so far. Give me just one moment here.
Which one?
I'm doing something that I always forget to do.
Oh, okay. We have a caution out.
And we do have a caution. Let's come here and try to take a look and see what we can find. And let's go ahead and come over here into our replay. Alright, and here we go. Let's take a look here as we have the number 18. Oh, something already happened in front of him and he gets sideways and backs it down so he doesn't slide back on track here. Let's go back and take a look and see what we can find on what happened in front of him. As they come here out of turn number 2.
That's so crazy. It's turn number 2 again.
Yep, It's actually more than halfway down the back straightaway. The 21 and 22 hit hard into that safer barrier on the inside. It looks like the the real estate they both were looking for just was not there. And the field comes down onto the back straightaway and catches up with the pace car.
This looks like we have a lot of people that are gonna pit this time around.
That is absolutely right. It does look like there's a good possibility that these cars are going to come down to pit road once again and
Or
get.
they all just came. They might have all just came out of pits and we missed it.
That is very possible. And it looks like only a couple cars. And is the leader going to make that hard left? No, he is staying out. But we have the number 15 of Connor Rookwood and Joseph Hayes taking advantage of this caution to get 4 fresh Goodyears. So something that we didn't do last time that I would like to do absolutely real quick. I'm going to enable voice chat. Austin Coop, this is Mike Taylor with iCast Racing Network. Do you got a copy? Alright, I don't think I'm getting a copy on them. But that's alright. The field is going to start. Jacob's like, no. Alright, I guess I won't do interviews. Alright, so the field is coming out of 4 once again. Pace car makes that hard left hand down pit road. And Austin Coop gets a phenomenal jump in the restart zone and quickly gets out in front of Nolan Hicks as they make their way back up into turn number 1 and 2. I forgot to turn off voice chat. I think there's a button I can program to turn it on and off. But here they come once again. That number 20 of Justin Bondurant is looking to the inside of Braden Carroll because he wants that number 3 spot, but Carroll takes it right down in front of him, and now he's just sitting there in that 4th spot as they come out of turn 2, and a lot of cars go down to the inside. They are looking 3 wide for that top spot coming out of turn number 4, and they get it taken care of. And now you have Carroll and Hicks side by side for that top spot, and Justin Bondurant is looking for that number 3 spot as Austin Coop is still attempting to get it all taken care of. And we have caution out once again. It looks like this time it is for Joshua Williams in that number 1 Chevy Camaro for Trackhouse. We're not exactly sure what happened there, but we're going to go back and take a look and see what happened. Let's get that instant replay rolling. And here, let's take a look.
And just a quick update, Jason Anderson's already up to 19 when he was all the way back in 28 again after he was up in P1.
That is absolutely crazy. He's doing a phenomenal job coming back up through the field. Let's take a look here at the number 1 car and they are 3 wide coming through the tri-oval, and there's just not enough room, and that little bit of damage was just enough to break the tire of the number 1, and it looks like he is gonna have to come down to pit road and get that damage fixed. And that again is the number 1 of Joshua Williams. That's going to be a very hard, tough break for Joshua, as he is already back out here on the back straightaway. Let's get this all settled down, taken care of. Let's settle down, computer. Let's settle down.
My computer's been in a big uproar today.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. Alright, let's take a look here. Let me get this all back settled down here once again. I have a lot of apps here open that I really don't need open at the moment. Alright, things should settle down now here as the cars now once again get doubled up. Alright, we have Braden Carroll bringing the field back down to the green flag, and he gets a really good jump as they run side by side behind him for that second spot. I have no clue what's going on right now with all this. The field is now coming through turns 1 and 2 once again. And we have Nolan Hicks on that outside in that number 3 spot. And here is we got Jordan Kalanian trying to overtake the number 24 of Nolan Hicks on the inside as they come out of turn number 2 once again, as cars continue to bounce off that turn 2 wall on the exit. Now, my biggest question for tonight is going to be one, how will that damage from bouncing off turn two affect these race cars in the long run? And, how long will it take them to get all that damage repaired, if there is any? And here we go. As you see here, you've got Jordan Kalenian fighting for that number 4 spot with Nolan Hicks, who is now on the inside. Just one lap ago, they were actually swapped, and Nolan Hicks was on the outside, and Jordan was on the inside, as Dane Cruz is trying to take over that number 5 spot in that beautiful anime painted up race car. These guys have been putting on an amazing race so far. Let's go back and take a look at the number 17 in that Polaroid camera painted race car. Just 2 cautions ago, he was all the way back in 32nd, and in a matter of roughly 15 green flag laps, he's already made it back into the top 15.
I think it's so funny to see how scattered they look when you're looking at a car and how scattered they look on the track.
Oh, absolutely. Once we start getting into this green flag runs, the cars definitely do get spread out, and they try to get settled. And we have been green for quite some time now. We have been green for 53 minutes already, and we are only working lap 83 as we continue to watch Jason Anderson Jr. and that number 17 just take up positions one by one. What did it say? Is that over on Twitch? Wait, who? That's weird. Alrighty. Sorry about all the blinkiness at the moment. Not exactly sure what is going on. Let me see what I can do about getting it settled down. As the field comes through the front straightaway once again, Jason Anderson is now in that top spot. And we're going to jump back up here with our race leader as they run single file down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Something I really like about Charlotte Motor Speedway is you have 3 different lines you can run, which you have that middle, that low side, and the high side. So it's all about where you feel most comfortable running and how to save your tires as they bounce off turn 2 wall once again. Let's jump back here to the number 11 once again. of Braden Carroll as they come out of turn number 4. He is sitting there comfortably, pushing the number 23 of Kenner into turn number 1. He's like, excuse me, you are going too slow for me. As they make their way back down. As they make their way out of turn 4, we are riding on board with Michael Kenner from Beechwood, New Jersey, in that Toyota car, as they come make their way down the back straightaway. And we have a lot of movement back there for that 23rd position with my race team owner, Jacob Klein, as he makes his way back up through the field. He is just...
My nose is allowing right now.
Here they come, just settling it down as he makes another pass.
Come here. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm in trouble right now.
I see you, Crystal. Yep.
Okay.
But I can't.
Car is.
Alright, and we're going to start making our way back to the front of the field. We're taking a look at the number 6 of Dane Cruz once again. He has made up 19 spots since the start of this race. Jason Anderson has also made up 19 spots. So far, our biggest advancers is this number 17 of Jason Anderson in this beautiful, once again, Polaroid camera. I love this paint scheme. It is so simple. It gives me goosebumps and a throwback. And here they come, heading down into turn number 1 once again. As you see, they start making their way around Josh Williams, who was actually part of that accident that brought out that second caution. And he's already made his way back up to 7th after having to pit just a couple of cautions ago. We have talked about our biggest gainer. We're going to come back here to David Snook in that number 4, who has absolutely been struggling after starting P2 or P3. It looks like he is struggling very bad to get this Ford Mustang back up front. As if you look, you can see there is some damage on the front end of his Ford Mustang. That very well could be part of the reason why he's lost 24 spots since the start of this race. But let's jump back up here to the leaders, as Michael Kenner is trying to take over that second spot from Jordan Kalinian. And here they come, and contact, and they saved it. Carroll, number 11, came up and gave that number 2 a little love tap out of turn 2. I thought he was going to go around, but he was able to keep it facing straight. And now we have Cruz looking to the outside. But you guys look behind them. Here comes that number 17 of Jason Anderson once again. I've said this very early on. I'm going to say it again. I think this is the guy that we need to watch. He is very, very strong. And he's trying so hard now to get around Braden Carroll for that number 5 spot. As they circle around here, now fighting, still fighting for that 5th spot. But he is not giving up just yet. My question is, my true question is he saving his tires and being able to be this fast? Or is he able to save those tires and be this fast? We're going...
I really don't know. I really don't know. He is moving up positions really, really fast. So, you're right. He's a person to watch. I'm just wondering why cars keep bumping into these walls. Like, it's constantly. It's not even... I don't know. Maybe it's a setup. Maybe it's a fixed setup.
That is a very good possibility there as the field comes down into this front straightaway once again. And we have Ethan Workman making his way down the back straightaway, leading this small next pack. In the 7th spot, he's trying to hold off the number 9 of Austin Coop, the 25 of Seth Faulty, and the number 1 of Josh Williams. Austin Coop back in that number 8 spot. He was out front and led a few laps up until that first or second caution, but he has slowly fell backwards and is looking forward to try to make it back up.
Caution's out.
And
Caution's out.
we have another caution. Let's take a look and see what we can find. It is the 24 of Nolan Hicks in trouble coming out of turn number 2. Or in the middle of... Is this turn number 2? No, I believe this is actually the front stretch. Yeah, turns 3 and 4. Let's go back and take a look and see what we can find. I do apologize here a little bit as my video is going to become a little bit choppy here. But as you can see,
That sucks.
he got turned by the
Yeah.
number 14 and he hit head on into the turn 4 wall. As you see Jacob Klein go through the grass there and others take to the outside as he starts to get that car moving again.
And right now, Nolan didn't make it onto pit road, and he is pitting as we speak to get his damages fixed.
Yep, give me just one moment here. My computer is having some sort of hiccup or some sort of fit at the moment with its frame rate. So I'm trying to let it get all settled down here as we go. Here we go. Now that thing's settled down.
A lot of people did pit this time around again, probably for fresh tires, because it's one of the best advantages to be able to go into pit lane and go get your fresh tires. But just remember, do not speed, or that's going to ruin your race.
Absolutely. speeding on pit road is very uncommon while we're under this green flag, or these cautions, as you see the 7 of Joseph Hayes coming down pit road. I'm not sure if he missed his pits or if he decided just stay out, or if he just forgot to come in. So let's come over here and take a look. And it looks like the 20 is going to take over the lead of Justin Bondurant as they come through turns 1 and 2 once again, as they double up for this restart.
Yes, Justin Barnament has been in the lead. That's who's been in the lead.
Yeah, it has been a very awesome race so far.
Yeah, Michael, Dane, Jason, Ethan are all people that were not even qualified in the top 10, and they are now up in P1 through 6.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane that second, third, fourth, they have gained 16 or more spots since the start of this race.
Like it's make it or break it with mistakes. Even picking the right way to go. If you make the wrong move and you figure it out, and you're gonna have issues.
Absolutely. And the 23 must have missed a shift because he did not get going on that restart. And it looks like Cruz is going to be able to take over that second spot from Michael Kenner, who may or may not have missed a shift on that restart. And the field is coming through out of turn 4 once again. And they are running side by side, probably here in the top 20. As they come firing off of turn number 2 down this back straightaway. We have some good fighting here with Jason Anderson on the outside, trying to take over that number 6 spot from the 25 of Seth Fouty, as he climbs the banking once again up into 1 and 2. He is on the outside of Ethan Workman now. And he switches to the inside heading into turn number 3. And he's now on the inside of the 25 of Seth Fouty, looking to take over that position, coming down the front straightaway. He has been a joy to watch so far, as they are working lap 109. We are roughly a little bit over a quarter of the way through this event, and the sun is currently starting to set. And here we go. We have side-by-side action for that number 3 spot, as you see Dane Cruz look to the inside of the number 2, as they just settle down.
They all hit the wall.
I mean, it's either they're all hitting that wall, or it's just our computers registering that they're hitting the wall. I mean,
because that whole line looked like it just hit the wall.
Right, it seems like it is every single car coming out of turn number 2 just bounces off that wall. Hey, nobody hit it that time.
Prove us wrong.
Yeah, right? Things are now settling down amongst the field. And as I say that, the number 2 of Jordan Kalinian I don't know how do you say that name. Is
I'm really bad at names, but
He's trying to take over that second spot from Michael Kenner as they come out of turn number 2. And they... Oh. And now... He fell back as they run side by side. This is an incredible run by all these drivers, keeping it nice and tight racing as the 25. Yeah, Seth Fouty is trying to make his way up towards the front of this field. And here comes the field once again through the front straightaway. As we ride on board with Austin Coop in that number 9.
yeah, Austin Coop's been maintaining his positions. He's been doing pretty good with staying up there, staying in good position. I can see a lot of good things happening for him this race too.
Absolutely, Austin Coop in this number 9 SoundCloud Toyota Camry, as you see him trying to take it to the outside or the middle between the 23 of Michael Kenner and Jordan Kalinian in that number 2. He is absolutely crazy for trying to make it 3 wide. But I have a feeling that these 2 cars in front of him are actually holding him up, and he's just wanting to get by them real quick.
But as the sun goes down and everything, the track gets lighter, right? And the track gets cooler and the cars go faster, correct?
Yeah, we had about 2 cars hit the wall hard coming out of turn 2 that time. Yes. Once the sun sets, these cars are going to start to grip this track even better, and they are going to become a lot faster. Let's take a look here at the best times of all these drivers, with the leader sitting at a 29.61, but he is not our fastest driver so far of this race. But these guys are showing that they're roughly just about the same speeds.
That's why this race is so close, so tight, because so many of them are running similar lap times as they're going through.
That is very true. I am looking at a lot of these lap times, and they are just about all within 1 second of each other. So that means this race is just going to be absolutely stellar this whole time, as we are coming around to complete lap 119 of the 400 laps. As you see, Austin Coop still trying to make his way around the number 23 of Michael Kenner and the 2 car of Jordan Kalinian. To me, it seems like Austin is a lot better.
Oh, Ruli's back in the front. Ruli?
Oh, Carroll
Carroll's back in the front.
and that number 11 Hendrick Cars.com Chevrolet, he is back out front, but the field is right behind him as Kalinian is giving Carroll a big shove heading down into turn number 1. And he's trying to make his way also around that number 20 of Justin Bondurant as they become side by side for the race lead. Braden Carroll wants to keep it, but Bondurant wants it. And he gets turned into the outside wall. That is very unfortunate for that number 11 of Braden Carroll. As he's... Oh, and he gets hit from the rear by the 26.
That might bring off a caution.
The
Let's
caution
see.
has not come out just yet. That
That's two
is
broken cars right
very
there.
unfortunate for Mickey Tuttle, as he had nowhere to go and he's going to request a tow. Braden Carroll will request a tow as well. Let's go ahead and
Watch Austin Coop lead it. Austin Coop's in the lead now.
let's go back and take a look and see what happened to that number 11 of Carroll. Let's take a look here.
But they didn't get a caution off that.
That they did not. They did not get a caution off of that. Give me just one moment here. So I'm trying to get the best look, and this here right here is going to be the best look for you guys. So let's go ahead and get this transition back over and back to the racing action. As you see the 11 on the inside and the 20 on the outside, the 11 thinks he's clear, but he's just not, and he gets turned straight up into the wall right in front of everybody, and he pounds the wall once again. He just sticks it to the outside, thinks it's clear to come down, as he gets rear-ended by the 26 of Mickey. That is just a very unfortunate situation. A very, very good race gone bad.
Yeah. Austin Coop couldn't keep up with the front, and Jason and Michael went right past them. So he's in Austin Coop's in third. We have Michael in first, Jason in second, Austin Coop in third, Dane in fourth, and Seth in fifth.
Yep, that is just very unfortunate as we come back and catch the leaders. And when I say leader, yes, it is Jason Anderson Jr. in that Polaroid number 17 Chevrolet Camry, leading the field into turn number 1. Like I said, he was going to be somebody that we need to watch. And sure enough, less than 50 laps later, here he is back at the front of this field. And here comes the field once again. These guys are...
And looking at the top three of the field right now, they all grid it in the bottom, like the lower bottoms. You have Jason that grid at 28, Michael that grid at 18, you have Dane that grid at 24, and even Seth with 11. They're all in the top 4. Anything could happen in this race.
Absolutely, and our biggest mover of the race currently is your race leader of Jason Anderson. As she said, he's moved up 27 spots since the green flag dropped this afternoon. As the sun continues to set here in the beautiful Charlotte Motor Speedway, as we get a bird's eye view of this beautiful, amazing facility. We got big trouble down in turn number 3, and the caution is out. Let's take a look and possibly see what happens, as we got major damage here on the number 13 of Jacob Snyder. We just wanted to take a look and see this beautiful facility, but instead we're back under caution. Let's take a let's go back and take a look and see what happened here. As it looks like this here actually got all set up coming out of turn number 2.
Turn number 2 is just not the right turn today to be in.
Ah, wrong button. Here they come.
Almost the whole field is sitting right now,
Coming
too.
out of turn number 2, they go 3 wide. And they're just sitting here, and he gets drifted up into, sent around, and he's holding the brakes, and they come right in front of the entire field. And they collect quite a few drivers here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look here once again as they come out. Boom, right in front of the entire field. That's just very, very unfortunate and painful to watch as the number 1 once again gets caught up in somebody else's mess. As you see that number 31 making his way back on track. Let's come back up here and catch back up with the leader. As the lights are now off on the iRacing.com pace car. And the field does double up once again. As we sit here and take a look currently at the top 8's pit strategy. So far, a lot of them have gone 48 laps, 18 laps, 37 laps, and 28 laps. So far on each each set of Goodyear rubber. As the field is, like I said, is once again doubled up here as they get ready to take that green flag to go green once again. As the field gets ready, is now in the hands of Jason Anderson. They get into the Geico restart zone, and the 17 got a beautiful jump on that start, and he quickly pulls ahead of the number 23 of Michael Kenner and Dane Cruz. And it looks like Dane Cruz is going to sit there and take over that second spot. As they continue to run side by side. But that number 20 of Justin Bondere in that Toyota, he wants to take over that number 3 spot from the 6, which he clears him. And now Dane Cruz is trying to get passed by Brian Noel as they make their way down the back straightaway once again. The top 6 or 7 now just about single file as a couple cars climb the banking in turns 3 and 4, and now that looks like the top 10 here are now single file. And the 4 says, excuse me, coming through. And that is the number 4, David Snook. You know, just maybe about 25, 30 laps ago, I was saying how Snook was really struggling because he fell back 20 something positions, and he's now made his way back up into the top 10 of the event. I want to come back here and take a look at the number 33 in the Red Bull Toyota Camry, and we saw a little bit of smoke, but everything seems to be all right. So this is the number 33 of Colin Bollinger. He's made it up to P13 after starting 33rd in the field. That is a very good run, coming back from 33rd all the way up to 13th. And he's looking to crack the top 10 here in the next few laps. Let's jump back here and take a look at my teammate and team owner Jacob Klein in that number 19 NVIDIA Epic Fails Motorsports Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's almost just a wreck in front of him. The guy in front of him right now is all over the track, but looks like he's doing good.
Yep, as we are watching the number 14 of Neil Phelps and the 29 of Rai Suzuki fighting for that P17 spot as things start to settle down in front of Jacob Klein. Or I might have just spoken a little bit too soon as they go back side by side in front of him for that 19th spot.
Yeah, the guy right in front of him is really trying to push 3 wide. He's been trying it a couple of times already. It looks like it's starting to settle down.
Yeah, going 3 wide here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You can do it, but there's also very bad consequences if it doesn't go right either.
As we saw, I think already 2 times in a caution.
Absolutely. We've already had 2 cautions because of cars trying to go 3 wide. But here they come once again out of turn number 2, side by side. As it looks like Jacob Klein is trying to get a spot on that number 24 of Nolan Hicks. Now Nolan Hicks is also trying to make his way back to the front of the field after being involved, unfortunate, just about 2 cautions ago.
I'm wondering if all his damage is fixed, or he's still running. You know what I mean? With a damaged car.
Absolutely. It looks like on my screen that I'm showing that he's got a pretty clean car. But you never know. But if you look at the front end of that number 27, LTTstore.com, there he is, Chevrolet. He actually does have some damage on the front end of that machine. But it looks like Nolan Hicks, though, that's right in front of him, looks like his car is actually pretty clean for the most part, as he's looking on the inside of the number 30 of Ross Cato, as he has a lot of drivers in front of him, including the number 32 of Galen Gidman and that Lightning McQueen Rusty's fixer car, as he looks to the inside of that nice and shiny, beautiful number 12 of Donald Hickson Jr. And here they come. As you see, Donald Hickson right there in that number 12.
Noel Hicks is still on the lead lap. After his big wreck, he's still on the lead lap. He didn't lose any laps in his wreck. Very surprising.
That is absolutely right. He did not go a lap down. And you are able to fix damage under these cautions But with how they've been racing so far, there's not going to, I don't feel that we're going to see many more cautions in this 600-mile race. But let's go ahead and, Jacob Klein makes a big move to the inside. He made me jump just a little bit as he got onto the inside of Jacob Bott in that number 27 LTTstore.com car. As they climb the banking once again, going through turns 1 and 2. Let's take a look back up here with our race leaders as things have started to settle down, with Jason Anderson coming out to just about a half a second lead over Michael Kenner. And as we say that, these cars are sit here coming through once again. They are currently single file. And I have had a request. We're going to do another Turn It Up session. So as our race leader, Jason Anderson, comes out of turn number 4 next time by, we're going to have you guys crank it up for a couple laps.
I got kicked again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is happening here. Give me just a moment as we let our computers resettle. We will do our version of crank it up after things settle down here just a little bit as they come out of turn number 4. So let's do this. And we have trouble on the back straightaway. And that looked like number 9. Of Austin Coop, who loses it coming out of turn number 2. As he is slow coming down on turn number 4. Let's go back, take a look, and see what happened. All right, let's take a look here and see what happened to Austin Coop. And he just got turned coming out of turn number 2 and backs it into the inside safer barrier. And that was very lucky for Austin Coop, as that could have been a lot worse than what it was. As you see the field once again coming down pit road for 4 fresh Goodyears and to fill up their gas tanks. These drivers do need to keep in mind though, they only have a limited set of tires. No, they're good. We thought there was some bumps going on pit road, as you see the number 9 of Austin Coop leaving the pits so that he doesn't go a lap down. So we're going to jump back up here to the front, and we're going to take a look at the number 7 of Joseph Hayes in that ABBA-sponsored Toyota Camry. It seems like he's been staying out for one lap and then coming down pit road the second time by. I'm not sure what kind of strategy he's trying to pull with this one, but it looks like he doesn't want to have to deal with everybody on pit road, so he comes down by himself as he stops in his pit stall to get service on that number 7, and he had to back up because he pulled up a little too far.
What happened to Jason Anderson?
Jason Anderson in that number 7. Wow, what did happen to Jason Anderson? As we catch up with Michael Kenner in that number 23. We're taking a look at the 17 to figure out why he dropped so many positions to force him to have to work his way back up through the field once again as the field comes out of turn number 4 to take the green flag once again. As Fred brings down that iRacing pace car and they get into the Geico restart zone, and Michael Kenner bangs it off. Alright, go back. We're trying to figure out, see exactly what happened to that number 17. He comes down pit road and he sits in his stall for quite some time. I'm wondering if he had to come down, and I bet you he probably had to come down and do a bathroom break, and that caused him to fall back. One. But we're not worried about that because he's going to make his way back up through the field. As you see here, Michael Kenner getting out to a comfortable lead for the time being as they are fighting for that number 3 spot between Ethan Workman, Justin Bondurant, Dane Cruz, and Jordan Kalanian. As these cars come out of turn number 2 once again. It has been an absolutely amazing race so far. The top 10 has really put on a good race as they all fight for position, saving tires. And they're all running just about the same lap times, all within less than a quarter of a second from each other. As you see them come out of turn number 4 once again. Guys, and these guys are coming out of the corners side by side. no one really has gotten out to a really big lead except for that number 17 where he got to just about half a second ahead of everybody else. But other than that, they've been sitting pretty close to each other this whole race. As these guys are running side by side once again. You have the 2 and that 23 side by side for the race lead. They are wanting that position. And they are still side by side coming at a 2, coming down this back straightaway. They are side by side, 3 rows deep. This is about 189 mile per hour pace lap as these guys are just not giving up any position whatsoever. Just so we can get a rough estimate as they come through turns 1 and 2 at 170 miles an hour coming down the back straightaway. Hitting up just about 184, 86 heading into the corners. As they come out, this has been a very phenomenal race. And they are still side by side, side by side, side by side, 3 rows deep. And then there's just one single car, and then they are side by side behind him. And now they are looking to go side by side, 4 rows deep. This has been a very incredible race as they come through the tri-oval once again, still fighting for position, 3 rows deep. No one is giving up any room whatsoever.
Foley's out of the race. So it looks like it actually is out of the race.
Sorry, it looks like who?
Foley, Carol, Curly.
Oh, yeah, we are showing Carol is out of this race. That is very
damage back now.
That is just very unfortunate for Carroll as he did have a very strong car for most of this race. As you see these cars flying down turns 1 and 2 still side by side. We are not going to leave this action as these cars, the top 10, top 8 here, are just putting on one heck of a show. And we have Jacob Klein starting to make his presence in the top 13 as these cars are fighting for position, getting sideways in front. And that kind of just settles everybody down here as they come into 1 and 2 again. And now they are sitting here side by side. Single file they are. They really need to take it easy with these Goodyear rubbers. Because if they run too hard for too long.
Whoa! The car off to the side.
We had one car go way off. That would be... Looks like here... I don't have my controls up, but we're going to take it right here. It looks like it's going to be the number 35. Let's go ahead and hit play on this one here. As he comes out of turn 4, he gets turned. Jumps through the infield grass, keeps it straight. That was very, very incredible driving by Jeremy Paris in that number 35 Chevrolet. And Jeremy Paris is from Flowery Branch, Georgia, in that CPS Chevrolet. That was a very wicked, wild ride for him coming out of turn number 4 just a few laps back as we come back and meet up with the race leader. Let's just make sure that we are live, which we are. We are going to come over here and take a look into our chat here on YouTube. And it looks like we have chat from Short Stack. I am not racing. This is just a broadcast that I am doing. And Ring Around the Rosie is all you could think of, pretty much. This is going to be Ring Around the Rosie for 600 miles total, as these cars are working lap 173, and these cars have finally settled down here in the top 13. Sorry, top 12 they've settled down. As you see here, Jacob Klein just settling down here in the 12th spot finally. And he's got Nolan Hicks back in front of him. He slowly is making his way back towards the front as well. But let's come back here and catch up with the 17. He has made very slow progress since this last restart, as he is trying not to allow that number 15 of Connor Rockwood get around him as they come through turns 1 and 2.
I think the tires on this run a little bit. B12.
As we come back here, meeting back up with Michael Kenner in that number 23. And he has a small lead. He's just a little bit over half a second lead on Justin Bondurant in that number 20.
I gotta find a way to make them last. Might be a green flag. Back up.
It sounds like Jacob Klein is trying to find a way to make his tires
good.
last. Back in that number 12 spot. And we have one up in the wall. Looks like that was possibly Tyler. Yeah, that was Tyler Gunter up in the wall in the middle of turns 1 and 2. That high line can be fast, but if you keep hitting that wall, it's not going to end pretty, as it can actually slow you down as we go on and watch this amazing battle that we have right in front. And this is a battle for the second spot between Justin Bondurant, Jordan Kalanian, Brian Noel, and Dane Cruz, as they come firing out of turn number 4 down the front straightaway. And side by side, they continue to run. And a few cars hit turn 2. Come in, we got trouble. And the 2 and 18 slide back up track. And a couple people get collided in, including Joseph Sizik and possibly Jacob Klein has damage as well. That is just absolutely terrible. When two cars got contact and Jacob Klein bounces off the turn 4 wall and is unable to make it back down pit road. And this, I believe, my friends, is going to be a meatball for Jacob Klein, as he can't control his car. He may just have to come to a stop and he does take the tow. That is very unfortunate for Jacob Klein. Let's take a look back and see what happened to bring us back under this caution at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Oh, you came down into me.
Let's take a look here as these cars come out of turn number 2. The
I don't feel like I did, but if it had been my bad there.
the 18 possibly looked like he did come up just a little bit right in front of all these other cars. Take a look here with the 18 as he backs it into the wall. Gets T-boned by the number 28. Let's take a look here and see what happened to Jacob Klein. And let's see what he saw coming down the back straightaway. He sees them just driving, then he sees the cars crashing, and he backs it down, and he just misjudges on where the 2 was gonna go. And as you can see, Jacob just has absolutely no steering in that Epic Fails Motorsports Chevrolet. Let's go ahead and take a look at our camera. Well, let's take a look here as we're watching the cars get fixed up here down on pit road.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah, that fucked this one up. I don't even have a meatball, but there's no left front on the car.
So it sounds like Jacob Klein does not have a meatball. Let's see if he's willing to take a quick interview. Jacob Klein, this is Mike Taylor up in the booth with iCast Racing Network. Do you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Jacob, I feel for you, man. You were making your way up through the field. What did you see coming up on that incident heading into turn 3?
I saw a car get sideways. It looked like maybe 2 cars were in some smoke. And I was aiming for the smoke. I thought that they were drifting up the track, and I thought it'd be clear where the smoke was, and it wasn't.
Yeah, my heart absolutely breaks for you. How'd your car feel, though, leading up to this point in the race?
Car felt pretty good. It is fixed setup. Some guys are tweaking brake bias and whatnot, but I was just dragging the brake, making the tires last. We haven't had green flag pit stops yet, but even on the long run, the car felt solid. I was hoping for a top 10 here. It's just not in the cards.
Yeah, it's definitely not in the cards today. I know yesterday you managed to work your way all the way up to 7th, and then on that final restart, you ended up in 10th when you took the checkered. So you know your way around Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we're looking forward to see what you can do again tomorrow night when you take to NIS Open for another 600 miles.
Yep, that's the plan. We're still gonna get out there and run some laps tonight, but yep, we'll try again tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Jacob, and we're going to be rooting for you to see how far you can come back.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. And that was a word from Jacob Klein, who was involved in that last incident. As you Here we go. Now we can see all the racing action once again. Let me just make sure my cards are all played right here. I'm jumping back and forth for a second. There is no instant replay, but we are good to go. Now that you see these cars bouncing off the wall once again, and I hear a little tick-tock going on as I spy Jason Anderson make his way back into the top 14, picking them off one by one as he starts making his way through the field for a third time tonight. This track is getting absolutely faster every single lap.
So,
As we sit here and watch the 23 of Michael Kenner trying to make a move on Tyler Gunter for that number 2 spot, as he looks down below and Gunter goes back up high, coming out of turn number 4. And he is just not giving up that inside line to the number 31 as he just inches his way in front. Let's see if he can keep it. But Gunter says, no sir, I still want this spot, as they dive down in turn 3 once again. It looks like Gunter finally has cleared the number 23 of Michael Kenner as we fall back through this field. And let's take a look here at the number 33 of Colin Bollinger. He's made his way 25 positions since the start of this race, as we see 3 wide action behind him. Once again, no, it wasn't Austin Coop, it was Dane Cruz looking 3 wide with Rai Suzuki and the number 18 of Brian Noel on that back straightaway. It looked like Dane got into the into the wall just a little bit there, and he's lost his spot. Now he's getting passed by Ryan Farrell and that number 36. And that Extreme Chevrolet. And he wants you to run for the fence. And behind him we have Ross Cato. And Joseph Hayes is trying to make his way up through the field as well. Then we have Luke Dillsworth hanging out here in the 22nd spot. He has made up 12 spots since we went green in that black number 34. And then we have this red, white, and blue Walmart Chevrolet of David Williams. And then we have the number 5 of Jason Ianni back here in the 24th position. Let's come back and take a look at the top 2 as they are still fighting for that top spot. Oh, and Tyler Gunter is looking for a run on the number 20 of Justin Bondurant for that lead spot, but he just can't get the job done as they come down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Once again, as you can tell, there currently is 2 distinctive lines. The inside and then Tyler's line. Everybody down on the inside, and Tyler takes it up towards the wall. And that's the two lines that we currently have. Like I said, we have the inside line, then Tyler's line.
Jacob Klein's back on the track.
We just got word that Jacob Klein is back on track. He will be multiple laps down, but he will be back on track with that Epic Field Motorsports car. And we have Galen Gidman pushing Jason Anderson into turn number 1. That is something that Jason does not want, because he doesn't want a bump to go wrong and send him spinning into the wall. We have been racing for 2 hours and 1 minute so far, and they are just now starting lap 198, or I'm sorry, 197. So we're just coming up here on the halfway point, and it looks like at this rate, we're going to be working just about 4 hours of this race as they sit here and come through. As we have a lead change.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Michael Kerner fell back a couple spots, and Justin Bondurant is now in the top spot in that black number 20, but Tyler Gunter says that he wants that spot and he takes it by a mile. And there's a crossover by Justin. Can he get there coming out? And he does, getting out here out of turn number 4. He makes a beautiful crossover, and he's trying to bring the number 23 of Michael Kenner with him as Tyler continues to run that outside line. They are side by side for second and third and fourth and fifth, side by side as they come out of turn number 4. As you start to see these beautiful lights shine down on these cars as it starts to get darker and darker each and every lap. Let's take a ride on board with the number 23 of Michael Kenner as he tracks down the number 20 for that race lead. And you can hear them actually shifting down to 4th at the beginning of these corners. And then as they come out of the corners, they back up to, and he gets into the rear of the 20 coming out of turn number 4. Let's take a look at the action behind him as David Snook in that number 4 has slowly started to make his way up through that field. Less than 50 laps ago, he was just about 27th, I believe it was. And he has made his way up into the top 4, fighting for that 3rd spot. This has been a very incredible run for David Snook as they come out of turn number 4. And Tyler is just not giving up that high line. He must really like it up there, but he's going to have to do something because he keeps falling back. In that number 31 Bitcoin Ford Mustang as they go 3 wide once again into turn number 4, or 3 and 4. Still 3 wide coming out of turn number 2. These guys have got to keep it facing the right way as the number 10 of Ethan Workman backs out and just lets him go side by side. They have to keep in mind, we are only 4 laps past the halfway mark, so they've already gone 300 miles So they really need to keep these cars facing the right way because we still have just a little bit under 300 miles left in this race. As you see the 24 give the 31 a small little, as the 31 is up in the wall. And he's going to unfortunately lose all those spots. And look at who is right behind him now in the 9th spot. That is Jason Anderson making his way through the field for the 3rd time. And here they come. We have a good fight in front of them between the 10 and the 35 of Jeremy Paris. In that number 35, if you remember, Jeremy Paris had that wild ride down the front straightaway after getting turned, going airborne about 2 or 3 times, going over the cement in the infield. And look at him up there in that 3rd spot. It is absolutely amazing what these drivers can do. And there's contact behind them as they go 3 wide. As they came out of turn number 2, David Snook. And they're all keeping it all facing the wrong way. And here is Jason Anderson looking to take over that number 5 spot from the number 33 Red Bull Toyota. As they run side by side coming out of turn number 3. And they are still fighting for position all around this track. I just want to put it out there that Michael Kenner, he is your race leader. And he is pulled out to just about almost a full 1.5 seconds in front of Paris, who is now in that P2 position. I am really starting to wonder if these top runners have used up their tires, as you see the 17 of Anderson make a 3 wide situation trying to get into the top 3, as he's now looking to the inside of Justin Bondurant as they head down into turn 1, and he has his eyes now set on Jeremy Paris in that 2nd spot. But Justin Bondurant is just not giving up that 3rd spot or that 4th spot so easily, as they are still running side by side. And he just settles down and allows Colin Bollinger in that number 33 Red Bull machine get in front of him. And Jason says, well, if I can't pass you on the inside, we're going to try Tyler's line, as he goes on the high side through 1 and 2, but decides to stick it low on turns 3 and 4. And Bondurant had to adjust with Anderson going onto the inside. He had to pull his car back to the right so that they wouldn't make contact. And Anderson is trying hard to get around these cars, but he doesn't want to use up his equipment either, as they come back down into turn number 3. Michael Kenner is just hanging out up front, a little bit over a second lead on the field as he comes through turns 1 and 2 once again. And he's nice and comfortable here while everybody behind him is fighting for that 2nd position. But things now have settled down, it seems, as we come back here to take a look at that black number 20 of Justin Bondurant. Things have really started to settle down for the top 3. But Jason Anderson, he's still not ready to give up that position, as he gets a run from the inside on Colin Bollinger, who's just, he doesn't want to give up that position, that 5th spot or that 4th spot so easily, as he settles down behind Jason Anderson going through turns 3 and 4, coming back out onto the front straightaway. 215 laps in, and the 17 climbs the banking up against that wall once again, and that gave a very good run to him, and he looks on the inside of Justin Bondurant, and he takes over that number 3 spot. Now he can finally set his eyes on Jeremy Paris in front of him, as these other guys behind him, the 24 of Nolan Hicks and the 33 of Colin Bollinger, is fighting side by side for that position. And they are fighting hard for the top spots here, which has been an absolute amazing watch for like the last 10 laps, maybe even 15 laps. And they've been fighting hard for all these positions up here, as your top 4 is fighting for all these positions. Oh, they make contact, and the 24 saves it. Nolan Hicks, that was a very incredible save, and that could have gone worse. Let's go back and take a look. As they enter turn number 3, and he almost loses it, but saves it. That was a very incredible save by the number 24 of Nolan Hicks. As we come back live, there we go. And the action is still intensifying up here in this front pack, as you see them start working their way around the number 19 of Jacob Klein and that EFM NVIDIA Chevrolet Camaro, who unfortunately got caught up under that last caution. And things have really started to settle down now. And Anderson has made his way to the top 2 once again. And now he has his eyes set on Michael Kenner in that number 23. He has been I don't know why his car got so loud. I apologize about that, everybody. But now he's got his eyes set on the number 23 of Michael Kenner directly in front of him, as he fires down this back straightaway back into turn number 3. But he still has behind him the number 35 of Jeremy Paris. And everything here has settled down. All these drivers, they all have last pitted right around lap 180. So these drivers have gone just about 44 laps on these tires. And here they come out of turn number 4. There is still awesome racing going on all through the field. Here they come down the back straightaway once again. Ethan Workman going on the inside of the number. No, that was a lap down car of the number 2 of Jordan Kalanian. Oh, it looks like he made his pit stop. These drivers are starting to make their way down pit road. And Jason Anderson has taken over that top spot. And these cars, like I said, they are starting to make their way down onto pit road one by one. They have got to keep it nice and clean coming out of the pits. And coming down onto pits, they gotta watch their speed. Make sure they don't speed. If they speed, it could be disastrous under green flag conditions. Give me here just one moment. Alright guys, we're going to take a very short, quick commercial break. this weekend is a huge racing weekend, not only for the NASCAR Cup Series, as they take on this track for 600 miles as well, but we also have an amazing race for the Indy 500, and I will talk about that when I get back. Give me just a couple moments.
Say you can't have fun anymore. That in 2025, you can't party like it's 1999. But I'm here to tell you that there's a party that makes Vegas and Miami look like your great aunt's Tuesday night quilting club. Let's talk numbers, shall we? 33 of the fastest human beings on four wheels. Speeds hitting 240 like it's just another Sunday drive. 350,000 people locked in and losing their minds. It's a rock concert, meets a rocket launch, meets a gladiator battle in the middle of spring break. It's part race, part party, part... Did that guy just paint his chest like a race car? The track, controlled chaos. Everywhere else, just chaos. Glorious, beautiful chaos. So if you're looking for a quiet, relaxing Sunday, keep scrolling. But if you want in a 109-year-old tradition that still rages harder than half your group chat, well, welcome to the show. If you want an opera singer, a cannon, and a flyover that rattles your bones and shakes your soul, well, Bubba, that's the pregame. Why? Because this is the Indy 500. Because this is IndyCar. And if someone is throwing the greatest damn race on this planet, well, you better believe it's going down right here. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
And welcome back, everybody, to Charlotte Motor Speedway. And as you guys could see, we are under caution for the 8th time today. Let's go back here and take a look and see what we can find on why we are under caution. And it looks like it has happened right here with the number 23 of Michael Kenner. As they exited turn number 4, he gets turned by the 10, almost saves it, hits the outside wall, and he just couldn't save it. He gets rear-ended, collects a couple more people, including the 20 of Justin Bondurant as well. Let's take a look here with nowhere to go. And he also ends up collecting the number 7 of Joseph Hayes and all that as well. As you see, the car is now coming back on to the racetrack. But that puts Jason Anderson back out front. And they are now getting double filed up once again. That is a very, very tough break. As we see Justin Bondurant down here on pit road, getting his damage fixed along with the number 7 in that ABBA Toyota. He was up and down on pit road trying to stay out of trouble, and unfortunately trouble found him on this restart. As you see the number 5 of Jason Inian coming back out onto the track, and we're going to catch back up with the leaders here as they come through 3 and 4 to take the green flag. And here we go as they exit the turn number 3, turn number 4. And let's take it on with another turn it up session. As we pick up the field once again as they climb the banks into turns 1 and 2. Jason Anderson was your race leader, and he's now fallen back, fighting for that third spot as Colin Bollinger in that number 33 Red Bull Toyota has taken over that top spot. But Jason wants that position from the number 35 of Jeremy Paris, and he edges out a full car length, and he retakes that second spot with Workman working right behind him. They are running side by side here once again for that top 5 spots. Yo, Jordan Martin, he is in chat today. Jordan, we are broadcasting split number 2 of the NASCAR iRacing series for the Coke 600. As we have awesome racing going on so far as they get single file, as we continue to watch Jason Anderson Jr. make his way back up to the second spot, and the 31 of Tyler Gunter wants that second spot back in that orange Bitcoin Ford Mustang. Again, Tyler has his own line, which is that outside line, and everybody else has that inside line. So we have the 2 lines here figured out. We have the racing line, then Tyler's line. And Tyler's line is making it work so far for that number 31 as he takes his eyes right onto that back end of that number 33 of Colin Bollinger. And here they come side by side out of turn number 2. Gunter wants that top spot as he's trying to take it from going around the outside so far. He has been making it work. Can he make it work once again coming out of turn number 4? And he's got a nice head of steam. Oh, that was close at the line, and it looks like Gunter's going to lead that lap. And here they come through turns 1 and 2 once again, and Tyler clears the number 33 as they come down the back straightaway once again, as it looks like our top 10 here have finally decided to take it single file and try to settle it down just a little bit here as they come to lap 248 of this 400 lap race. Single file line. Gunter is finally starting to pull away just a little bit on this field. And it looks like our top 10 has pretty much settle down into single file as they come around out of the corner once again. And as I say that, we have 3 wide action up here with Jason Anderson, the number 33 of Colin Bollinger, and that number 4 car of David Snook. They are still trying to go 3 wide, trying to come out of turn number 2, and they settle back down, go side by side as they fly down this back straightaway. The 17 giving a little bit of a bump to the number 33, and he turns him coming out of the corner, and the 17 just totally turns the number 33 as the 33 comes back and looking straight once again. What a series of unfortunate event here for that number 33, who is not happy with the number 17 of Jason Anderson. We have to make sure that he keeps his temper in check here. But let's go ahead and take a look and see what all transpired there as they came out of turn number 4 for this last caution. As we have the number 33 in our sights now as they come out of turn number 4. He just got a tad loose, and then the number 17 just finished helping him around. And that is some really good heads-up driving by the cars behind him. Let's take a look here once again as the number 35 was just an innocent bystander there. That is just very heartbreaking for Jeremy Paris, who has made his way back up into the front. As you see him down here on pit road, getting service on that number 35 Chevrolet. Absolutely heartbreaking. That is just absolutely heartbreaking. Anything can happen here at this or in this race, and once again, this just shows you what can happen. Let's come up above this 1.5 mile speedway. As you can see, the lights are on going around this speedway, and the temperature is also dropping. Let's take a look here, see if we can pull up the temperatures. I'm not seeing, so I will do this. We'll do it this way, and we'll bring up our weather tab over here. The current temperature is 70 degrees, where this race did start up in the 80s, and the track temperature is now 73 degrees Fahrenheit. So this track is starting to get cold. That means these cars are going to have a lot more grip, and that means that they're going to go a lot faster. Let's take it back down to the track as the iRacing pace car is getting ready to come off to get this race back under green. And here they come once again. But this time Dane Cruz gets a big shove from the number 4 of David Snook as they fire down into turn number 1. once again, and it looks like that number 10 car gets a big shove by the 31 to Tyler Gunter, who's trying to make his way back up through the field as well. And we are back under caution. Let's come back here and take a look and see what we can find. They did not even get to go through 1 and 2 before this caution came out. Let's come back here and take a look and see what we can find that happened. Not exactly sure here as I'm trying to search for what happened. Well, that's clear. Give me just a moment here as I'm trying to track down exactly what happened. Things have just gotten worse for that number 17 of Jordan Anderson, or I'm sorry, of Jason Anderson. As they were getting ready to come back to the green, he had to check up to the field, and the 35 just clips the front end, and he's trying to get around, and the 35 just puts the 17 up into the wall. Jeremy Paris is not happy with the 17. We are unsure of what happened. And Jeremy Paris has left the race. This is very unfortunate. Here they come. And just another replay here. The 17 had to slow up. The 35 didn't. Had to take quick evasive action. And as soon as they go green, the 35 just turns up right in front of the 17. That is just absolutely heartbreaking for the number 17, as you see here once again. As we come back high above this massive speedway. At the end, I just got word at the end of this season on iRacing, this configuration for this track that you will be seeing will be going away, and it is going to be replaced with the all-new Charlotte Motor Speedway layout for the infield. So that's going to be very interesting to see when that gets released in season 3. Let's go back and catch up with our race leader of Dane Cruz as the field comes down this back straightaway. And as you guys could see here, the field is slowly dwindling down. Absolutely just heartbreaking here. As the field takes the green flag, and Dane Cruz enters up in turn number 3. Are we back under caution once again? Yes, we are. let's go back once again and try to take a look and see what happened. Find out here. We did not catch this on our end, but this is what happened. The number 31, as they took to the green, he hit the gas and the Ford didn't go, and he got turned and everybody missed him. What incredible driving. But I think we do have a small incident ahead, yeah, that happened in front with the 2. Yep, right there, the 2 and the 34 get tangled up. And as they start to move away from the racing scene, for the most part, that was really good heads-up driving by a majority of this field to avoid disaster. As we working our 11th caution, you see the cars coming down pit road once again to get service on their hot rods. As we are showing here with Jordan Kalini comes down to get service. It looks like Suzuki stayed out, along with Dane Cruz, Ethan Workman, David Snook. He got real lucky, but he missed a shift on that restart that caused this whole caution. Austin Coop is here. Brian Noel, Galen Gidman, Connor Truman, Seth Fouty, and Colin Bollinger is your top 10. Johan Charian, I'm not sure how you say that, is your 11th spot. Connor Rockward is in the number 12 spot in that C Rock number 15, followed by Ryan Farrell in the Extreme number 36, followed by the number 30 of Ross Cato, followed by Luke Dilworth, Jordan Kalani in that number 2, Neil Phillips in that Mountain Dew Chevrolet. Then you have David Williams in the number 8 Walmart Red, White, and Blue Chevrolet. Then the number 17 of Jason Anderson, followed by the number 5 Matco Tools of Jason Iannani. That is your top 20, followed by Tyler Gunter in the number 31. And then in the 22nd spot of Nolan Hicks, as he comes back down pit road once again to probably get more service done on his Superflow Toyota Camry. But you do have a few cars here a lap down as well. So you have Jacob Bott, Jeremy Paris, who's no longer on track with us, Justin Bondurant, he's not giving up. Then the number 19 of Jacob Klein. And let's come back up here and jump with the leaders as we are getting that green flag once again. And here we go. Let's see, make sure everybody doesn't miss a shift as there's bumping and banging going on as the field dives down into turn number 1 once again. We have side-by-side action. Fresh Goodyear rubber on these machines. They are going to stay here nice and tight as the field makes their way out of turn 4 once again to complete lap 261. These cars are absolutely not taking any chances here, and each and every single one of them is fighting like there is no fight left. But they have to remember they still got over, or just a little under 150 laps left in this event as they come out of turn number 4 to finish lap 262. As you see here, we are with Rai Suzuki. He's on the inside of that number 32 of Galen Gidman, and Galen Gidman gets around him for that number 6 spot as we have a car coming back onto the racetrack. And behind him, you have the number 33 of Colin Bollinger trying to take over that next spot from the number 16 of Connor Truman and that premier number 16, the premier setups number 16 Ford Mustang. As they come down the back straightaway here once again. They are running side by side. And we have a new leader out front of the number 4 of David Snook. But Ethan Workman wants that spot from him as he's staying right on his bumper as Austin Coop in that number 9 takes to the high side once again. Remember, Austin Coop was involved in a race very early, or in a wreck right around the halfway point, and he is doing absolutely amazing trying to get that number 1 spot coming out of turn number 4, and he's going to lead that lap, but Snook is not giving it up as he does fall in line behind Coop as Coop takes the lead heading into turn number 1. This has been very incredible racing so far by all these drivers. Everything should start settling down if these drivers know what is best, because we just had 3 cautions back to back and we're working lap 267, so we've been green for roughly just probably about 5 laps now, and it looks like that they have settled down here as our first battle for position is between the number 25 of Seth Fauci and Connor Truman as they climb the high banks once again, going through turns 1 and 2 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As the field is catching up to Neil Phelps in that number 14 car, who is a lap down. We still have a really good battle coming on here for this spot. As you see here, Seth Fauci, Connor Truman, and Jordan Kalinian are battling it out, and they are not giving up any positions whatsoever as they're over here fighting for the 8th spot, and they won it from Jordan in that number 2, that blue and silver number 2 Toyota Camry. And haven't said anything about it just yet, but Coop has made a really big run, and he is now pulled to about 1.25 second ahead of David Snook in that number 4, and he's got a lot of company in Ethan Workman and Dane Cruz and Brian Noel. Galen Gidman, he's there. Then we got Seth Fauci. He wants that position. And this is all just for the 2nd spot right here as the number 4 is starting to get a lot of pressure by that number 10 of Workman as they come through the tri-oval once again. And these guys are settling down just a little bit as they come through turns 1 and 2 and come down this long back straightaway. This has been a very awesome run so far, this little short spurt that they have had. We did have one green flag pit stop since the green flag dropped about 2 hours and 51 minutes ago. And they are roaring to life, and Coop has checked out. And so these drivers are now just fighting for the second spot. It has been a very awesome race to watch these drivers giving it all they've got as they climb up the banking once again, coming out of turn number 2. And as they enter turn number 3 here, everything is starting to get stacked up behind David Snook. I'm starting to question if Snook is just slow and he's holding these guys up and allowing Austin Coop to pull more ahead in front of this whole entire pack, as they are looking to go 3 wide coming out of turn number 2, and they stop and they think better of it, as we now have Fawlty looking to go on the inside of Snook for that number 2 spot, and they make slight contact coming through the tri-oval, and David Snook gives it the best, and he goes up high, stays up high as they come out of turn number 2, and they are still side by side for that second spot. Seth cannot get the job done, so he gets back in line behind Snook as they come through turns 3 and 4. He's probably trying to figure out what he needs to do to get around that number 4 so that he can start making his way back up to Coop before Coop pulls out too far, as he makes that high line again, and he's got to run this time out of turn number 2, and they are side by side as he takes up that number 2 spot, and Snook falls right behind him, and here they come. Snook back on the inside. They are really fighting for position here as they run side by side once again heading into turn number 1. This battle has really started to heat up this last couple laps as Seth Fawlty takes over that second spot, and now the number 10 of Ethan Workman works the outside of David Snook coming out of turn number 4, and Cruz in that number 6 Toyota Camry, he wants a piece of it, and he goes to the outside of David Snook heading into turn number 2 and out of, or turn number 1 and out of 2. Firing down the backstretch, everybody else is single file. Second and third have now been worked out as Brian Noel's looking to make his way up to the front as he makes the pass on David Snook coming out of turn number 4. Something tells me that Snook was holding these guys up, because now that they've got around him, Fawlty started to pull away from this pack just a little bit. Ethan has single file, the 6 is single file, the 18 is single file. All these drivers are now single file since they got around the number 4 of David Snook as they enter turn number 3, or turn number 2, and coming out of turn number... I'm losing my mind here 3 hours into this race. This ain't good. Now they are coming into turn number 3 And here they come. This has been a very good race. Things have really settled down. We're going to come back here and take a look and check up on our number 17 of Jason Anderson, who got into a series of unfortunate events that brought out the last two cautions. He is now running 17th, but he is still on the lead lap. But it looks like he just does not have the big machine that he had before. So hopefully they can finish beating and banging the rest of that damage out of his number 17 Polaroid Chevrolet. And hopefully he can get back up to the front as the field is halfway down the back straightaway. And the second spot is starting to heat back up between Ethan Workman and Seth Fouty. As they make their way out of turn number 4, Workman decides he's going to take the position, and Fouty says, no, not yet, and he goes back to the high side as they head down into turns 1 and 2 once again. As they come out, Seth looks for that crossover but thinks better of it, and he decides to climb the banking once again into turn number 3. But that opens up the door for that number 6 of Dane Cruz to get a run on his inside. And that beautiful number 6 anime machine. As they come out of turn number 2, the number 10 Workman is now less than a second behind Coop. And when they were behind Snook of that number 4, remember, Coop got out to just almost 1.5 second lead on the field. But Workman and Cruz and everybody else has made their way back as under 1 second of the leader. And they have their eyesight set on that number 9 of Austin Coop, who has dominated this last part of the race as he exits turns 4 and comes down the front straightaway to complete lap 287. I'm sorry, to complete to lap 86. And here they come single file, and once again it looks like Fouty tapped the wall coming out of turn number 2. And everything has settled down. Workman is now half a second behind the leader as they make their way down the back straightaway single file. Let's come back here and do a quick rundown of your race leaders. So your race leader currently is Austin Coop in that number 9 SoundCloud Toyota Camry, followed by the red number 10 of Ethan Workman. P number 3 so far belongs to Dane Cruz in that anime number 6 Toyota Camry, followed by Brian Noel in that black number 18 Ford Mustang. Seth Fouty in the number 25. Isaiah Salvador, who's currently trying to get passed by the number 2 of Jordan Kalanian in that Toyota, followed by David Snook in that AV Ford Mustang, followed by Galen Gidman in the number 32. Johan in the number 21 Ford Mustang, that Century Cat. And rounding out your top 10 is Colin Bollinger in that number 33 Red Bull Toyota Camry. And then you got Connor Rockwood in that number 15 Rock Ford Mustang, followed by Connor Truman. And that Premier Setups number 16 Ford Mustang. Rai Suzuki and that Hitaki number 29 Chevy Camaro, followed by Jason Iannani and that beautiful Matco Tools number 5 Ford Mustang. And rounding out your top 15 is going to be David Williams in that red, white, and blue Walmart sponsored Chevy. We have had a lead change. Ethan Workman has caught the number 9 of Austin Coop and got around him. Wrong overlay. And then here we go. Cruz is looking on the inside of Coop for that number 2 spot. And it looks like Cruz is going to get the job done exiting turn number 4. As now Coop has to worry about Brian Noel taking a look on his inside. As he goes down and blocks Noel, he says, "I'm not falling back anymore." As they come out of the back to the back straightaway, we have major block by Coop, but he only made one block move that time, which is allowed, but you don't want to do much. And the number 9 is coming down pit road. I think he's coming down for 4 fresh Goodyear tires and a full tank of gas on lap 295. Let's take a look here and see what he's going to do as he comes down this long pit road, stops in his box, and he's going to get left side tires only as he is waiting to get going again. He kind of stalls just a little bit coming out, and now he's got a long way to go as he makes his way back onto the racetrack, giving up that 3rd spot. Back up front, we see Dane Cruz trying to catch the number 10 of Ethan Workman as they come out of turn number 4 down the front straightaway once again. Now the question is, when will everybody else come down pit road? And was that a smart move to take only 2 tires for the number 9 of Austin Coop? We will have to wait and see how it all cycles through when the rest of these drivers decide to start making their way down to pit road. We have had a very good race so far since we've dropped the green flag. The top 4 here has gotten single file, but we have mayhem going on behind, and we have trouble behind them. The number 29 of Rai Suzuki gets turned heading into turn number 3. That is very unfortunate, but it may be a very good blessing for the number 9 of Austin Coop, who may get the wave by for this time, for this caution, but we will have to stop and take a look and see. But let's go back and see what happened to the number 29 as they come out of turn number 2. We just caught the back end of this. And here they come. They are side by side. And it looks like we just had a couple cars get tangled up. And the 29 was just an innocent bystander in all of that. Looks like the 4 just got turned. Yeah, the 4 got turned by the number 32, collecting the number 29 of Suzuki. That is a really tough break for Suzuki. as he had a very good, strong car, as you see him now sitting down here on pit road. That is very unfortunate. And the rest of the field is now on pit road as well, exiting pit road as we speak, after they get service finished on their machines. And Ethan Workman makes his way out in front of the rest of the field. And it looks like Brian Noel's behind him, Dane Cruz, Jordan Kalanian, and then Colin Bollinger is going to be your top 5 as they come out and recatch the pace car. Let's jump up here and take a look and see who's looking to get the wave by this time. It looks like you've got the number 19 of Jacob Klein, the number 29, or I'm sorry, who's that behind him? We've got the 28, a Joseph Sizik, the number 27, a Jacob Bott, and then it looks like you also have the number 17 machine of Jason Anderson getting the wave by as well. Neil Phelps getting that wave by. And everybody else is going to come in right behind them as they start to double up here for the restart. They have 1/4 of the race to go. 98 laps this time by. This is going to get interesting. How is everybody going to work this through when they come and get the green flag? They are going to only have there we go. They are going to have 99 laps to go this time by. $150 miles remaining in this event. Andrew Rackley, hello. I did not see your message earlier. Welcome in as the field gets the green flag. And here they come roaring out of turn number 2. We have a couple cars up in the wall. Trying to catch who that was. That was David Snook, who got caught up on something. And he's making his way back down to pit road to get service on that number 4. So things just went from good to worse for him as he's making his way down pit road. He's coming back out here to the front. We have Jordan Kalanian looking to take over that number 2 spot in that number 2 Toyota Camry. And then you also have Brian Noel on that inside of that black number 18 looking to take the number 2 spot back. But look behind him, we have the number 33 of Colin Bollinger. He says, I want a piece of the action, and makes his way around the outside of the number 18 of Noel to take over that 3rd number spot. But Noel is not giving up that spot just yet, and he has cleared him as they dive down into turn number 1 and 2. The 33 checks down to the bottom, but we have Jordan going to the outside of Ethan Workman. He wants to lead this race in the final 100 laps. And here they come out of turn number 4. He is clear. And now it is all in the hands of Jordan Kalinian as they come up through the bankings in turns 1 and 2 and make their way down the back straightaway as Colin in the number 33 Red Bull machine wants that second spot, and he's probably going to try to take a look at the lead as well as they climb up through the banks and out of turn number 4. Everybody else pretty much has decided to go single file at this point, except the top 2 leaders, or second and third place here, as they continue to run side by side that like they have been for the last 3 laps. The 33 finally gets around the number 10 of Workman as they exit turn number 4. And here they come out of turn number 2 once again. They are currently single file through the top 5, and then you come back here to Connor Truman and Tyler Gunter as they run here at a turn number 4. And this field is looking for some more excitement as they come through turns 1 and 2 once again. And they are now single file through the top 10 of this field, trying to let everything settle down as they come out of turn number 4 to complete lap 309. And they currently have 91 laps remaining. They still have a very long way to go of a little bit less than 150 miles out of this 600-mile event. As the field works their way through 1 and 2 once again, and back, 3 and 4 back to the front straightaway. The field is coming out of turn number 2, and we have a major battle for the lead. The number 33 of Colin Bollinger wants to take this lead in that number 33 Red Bull Toyota Camry out of turn number 4, and they are still side by side, but Jordan in that number 2 Toyota Camry does not want to give it up. Your top 5 consist of 4 Toyota Camrys and 1 Ford Mustang. This is insane how much power these Toyotas have here tonight under the lights at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the top 2 continue to run side by side coming down the front straightaway. Jordan Kalani got dinged for leading that lap, but Bollinger is not giving up on that inside line. He wants to lead this race, and he's not going to give it up as Workman goes up behind him, probably gives him a little bit of a love tap down the back straightaway. And the 33 will lead this race for that lap. And here they come back down into turns 1 and 2, still side by side, and we do have a caution for the number 17 of Jason Anderson in the middle of turns 3 and 4, and his day just keeps getting worse and worse not only did he get taken out under yellow after a mishap on a restart, but now he has to deal with another issue. Let's come back here and take a look and see what happened. Let's take a look here and see what happened. As you see, the number 17 is running side by side with the 5, and the 5 just taps him. And the 17 holds it down, and then he finally lets it go in the middle of 3 and 4 as he pulls his number 17 Polaroid Chevrolet away from the accident scene. And the field once again makes their way down pit road. Let's take a look here and see what everybody does. Your race leader, Jordan Kalana, comes in and he's getting right side tires. And let's see what happens when they drop. If the left side gets picked up as well, which it does. It looks like 4 tires for Jordan. The number 8 of David Williams is out of pits already, followed by Jordan, Brian Noel. Oh, there was a big race off of pit road. Let's see how iRacing will shake them out as they come through turns 1 and 2. But as of right now, it looks like that number 18 will be in the number 3 spot, followed by the 33. Austin Coop is back up in the 5th spot. He has had an awesome recovery so far this race. Let's see what he can do. As the field comes out of turn number 4. As the field gets ready to double up here to get on the restart. And the lights are off on the iRacing virtual pace car.
Just before they go green, I just want to say bye to everyone. It was really fun watching you guys race and race with you guys tonight. I'll see you guys again soon. Thank you.
And that was Crystal Burton. She will be signing off this evening. And you will just stay with just me for the remainder of this event. When they go green, they will have 82 laps to go. The way these guys have been driving at this point, it is still anybody's race. As we get ready to take the green here, let's do our crank it up style one last final time. As David Williams leads the field out of turn number 4. Pace car is off. And here they come to take the green. Let's crank it up one more time. Thank you. And the field makes their way through 3 and 4 once again with 79 laps to go this time in this 600-mile race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. There is beating and banging going on all over this track right now. And here they come once again through turns 3 and 4. Things have started to settle down, and the number 9 of Austin Coop has made his way back out front, and he's pulled up to almost a half a second gap on the number 2 of Jordan Kalinian as they march down into turn numbers 3 and 4 once again. "75 laps to go this time by." And the number 33 of Bollinger is looking on the inside of the number 18 of Brian Noel once again. Austin Coop is back in the lead. Yeah. And the field is coming through 3 and 4 once again. The top 5 has settled it down just a little bit. And Tyler Gunter in that number 21 Bitcoin Racing Ford Mustang is trying to make his way around the number 16 Premier Setups Ford Mustang as he does complete the pass coming out of turn number 2 as they fly down this back straightaway once again, single file all the way back to just about 15th, maybe even 20th. Things have settled down, but something tells me it will not be for long. They might not even get the big one. And they make their way back onto the back straightaway once again. They are actually getting settled down here for the final 71 laps of this event. These guys have been racing for the last 3 hours and 25 minutes. This is the longest race on the NASCAR Cup circuit. And this weekend is a really big weekend in motorsports as the IndyCar series takes on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's 2.5-mile circuit for the Indianapolis 500, and NASCAR Cup Series will come to this very track, Charlotte Motor Speedway, for 600 miles for the Coca-Cola 600, which has been a big NASCAR tradition for many, many years. So we are excited to see what these teams can do this weekend. And Kyle Larson, he will be try to make the doubleheader this weekend, as well as he takes on Indianapolis and Charlotte Motor Speedway, as two cars touch coming out of turn number 4, as he looks to make a 1,100 mile race event weekend in one day. So far, no driver has been able to win both. So it's going to be very exciting to see what Kyle Larson can do over in Indy in the Indy cars, and then fly over to Charlotte and make it in time to start the 600, as the number 16 of Connor Truman gets pinched a little bit into the wall from the number 17 of Jason Anderson. Anderson has made his way back into the top 10 after his many series of unfortunate events, as a lot of action is taking place in front of him, and the action has started to pick back up here in the top 6, as these cars are now right behind the race leader of Austin Coop, as they come and exit out of turn number 2 once again. Your top 6, just throw a blanket over all 6 of them, as they are nice and cuddled, nice and tight, coming through these corners and back onto the front stretch. It's been an incredible race, guys. We have had 11 cautions, which is just about normal for this type of event, but the racing has been phenomenal. Every driver been so respectful this entire race, as the cars dodge down here into 3 and 4 once again. As they exit turn number 4, they are side by side for the lead, and Bollinger wants that top spot from Austin Coop, and Coop is taking it around the outsides, trying to keep that momentum up, but the number 33 barely clears Coop, and he takes over that top spot in that Red Bull Toyota Camry. And the 18 of Noel is now looking on the inside of Coop as well. Coop is starting to fall back, and this may not be good news for Coop, as we still have 63 laps left in this event. And now Ethan Workman is right behind Brian Knoll to give him a good shove down the back straightaway to try to get around that number 9 of Austin Coop. Austin has put on a very strong run. Anderson has, in that number 17, has put on a strong run today. And Bollinger has finally let his wings out, and he is now just about a half a second in front of the top 2 through 7 or 8 now, as those cars are starting to become all jumbled up into the mix as well, as they dive into 3 and 4 once again. And the number 2 of Jordan Killanian is looking to the inside, along with the number 10 of Ethan Workman. And number 9 of Austin Coop is falling back. He is now in the 5th spot, when just about 4 laps ago he was in the race lead. He is now looking on the inside of Ethan Workman once again, as they are side by side for that 5th spot, or for that 4th spot. Ethan Workman currently has it, but Austin Coop wants it. It's going to be pretty much about who can bring it out the quickest, and it's going to be the number 10 of Workman getting in front of Coop. And now Gunter is looking on the inside. I'm sorry, Cruz is looking on the inside of Gunter, who now has his eyes set on Austin Coop. This has been an incredible race so far in this iRacing, or in this NASCAR iRacing series, fixed series, as they go 3 wide. And Anderson in that number 17 is making his presence known once again. He said, "You guys forgot about me. I'm going to work my way back through the front." Remember, Anderson has been caught up in a lot of issues the last few cautions, and it has been a long last good 75, almost 100 laps, but he has finally made his way back up into the top 3. What an incredible run for Jason Anderson in that number 17 Polaroid Chevrolet, as he sets his eyes on Noel in that number 18 Ford Mustang, currently running P2, and he looks to the inside and he makes the pass like as if he was standing still, side by side. Now he's not giving that spot up so quickly, and Noel will keep in that second spot, but Anderson is not giving up that inside lane. As they exit turn number 2, he has enough room to pull up in front of that number 18 machine, and he now sets his eyes on your race leader. It will be only a matter of time before Jason Anderson will catch that number 33 and retake the lead once again in the Coke 600. And here they come once again through turns 3 and 4. They are battling it out for that 5th spot between the number 6 of Cruz and the number 10 of Workman. And here comes Anderson on the inside of Bollinger to take over that number 1 spot, side by side as they come down the back straightaway. Bollinger still has it just a little bit, but he's not giving up that outside as they still run side by side. And Bollinger comes out of 4 and continues to lead by a half a car length. But Anderson has got the better car, and he clears the number 33. Can the 33 get back to his outside, which he does? And they are now side by side once again going into turn number 3. I believe these cars still have to make one more pit stop. It will be their money stop. So who's going to pit first? Who's going to have a better pit stop? That is what I feel is going to come down to the end of this 600-mile race at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As Cruz is now trying to pick off the number 33 on the outside as they come through turns 3 and 4. And somebody just pitted. Colin Bollinger in the number 33. He made his way down pit road. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is when will they make that pit stop? Well, it just started right now with Colin Bollinger now pulling away. And that number 33 Red Bull Toyota Camry. Now they have to be careful. They don't want to speed. They don't want to miss their pit stall. Nothing. It all comes down to this final pit stop. As long as they can stay green. And here they come on the front straightaway once again. We have that one more pit stop. The 33 is done with his stops. He's going to go the last 50 laps on this set of Goodyears as long as there is no caution. Now, pitting this early can do one of two things. While these tires for these other guys start to disintegrate even more, the 33 has got those better tires now. So how much space and movement is he going to be able to get, on this field? But will that also come back and bite him later on after the rest of the field comes for their four fresh Goodyear tires? As you see battle coming on here for the fourth spot between Fauci and Workman. And Jordan in that number 2 wants those spots as well, as he's starting to make his way on the outside. And he's trying to make it a 3-wide situation on the front or on the backstretch. And they are still running side by side. The 2 gets up into the wall. Now, so far, every time, I don't want to put a curse, but every time they got close to start making green flag pit stops, a caution has always come out. So now the question going to be, will that caution come out, or will they stay green as they continue to run side by side on the back straightaway with Workman, Seth Fauci, and Jordan Kalinian continue to stock for that number 4 spot. Jason Anderson up front in the number 17 Polaroid Chevrolet has pulled out to just about a second over Dane Cruz. Dane Cruz, he's been up in the top 5, top 6 almost all night long. Can he get something or give something to Jason Anderson in these closing 44 laps? It looks like Coop has recuperated himself back into the top 3. This is going to be very interesting. As you can see, the number 9 woes it down onto pit road as he comes. Let's see here as he comes down pit road for his final pit stall. Connor Rockwood is in. Seth Fauci is in. So Coop is in. As we watch the number 9 get two fresh Goodyears on the right hand side as he now passes or comes out of the pits. Cruz and Anderson are still flying down this straightaway. And it looks like they are not backing down yet. These 2 are still staying out as they come around the front straightaway, heading down into turn number 1 once again. Jason Anderson knows this track. He knows this race like it's the back of his hand. He has been so dominant. Let's take a look back here at the number 34 of Luke Dilworth We haven't really said much about him, but look at him up here now in the top four as Jordan Kalani, Ross Cato, Johan now make their way down pit road to get services on their machines. As we take a look here at the number 32, Galen Gidman, Rusty's bumper ointment Ford Mustang gets ready to come into his pit stop. Let's take a look here as we come back to catch the race leader. The top 4, 5, 7 are staying out. David Williams makes his way down on pit road in that number 8 Chevrolet. As we continue to watch as these cars continue to circuit around with Anderson and Cruz. Dilworth still staying out. Workman looks like he's making his way down pit road. How will this affect the outcome of this race? Anderson, 37 laps left in this event. And here he comes once again out of turn number 4 at the start finish line. Ethan Workman is still down on pit road. Is he dropping 2 or more laps down? Workman fell all the way back to 17th. I wonder if he got... I believe he might have had a penalty, possibly for speeding on pit road. That is very unfortunate for Workman. Let me take a look here and see what I can find. I think Workman possibly missed his pit stall and had to go back. As we continue to watch Anderson circle around this 1.5 mile track, and he's finally making his way down pit road as Cruz takes over that number 1 spot, and Dilworth continues to stay out as well, along with Ianani. He stopped very short in his pit box, it looks. This here is the money stop. Let's catch. Cruz comes down pit road and he gets his Toyota Camry slowed up as well. And Dilsworth is behind him as well on pit road. Jason Ilani will take over the number 1 spot as he still needs to come make his way down pit road for his final pit stop in that blue number 5 Matco Tools machine. As you can see, he passed the number 17 there, and he should start making his way down to the inside and start coming down to pits probably here within the next couple laps, just to show what these fresh tires can do. The number 17 is out on fresh tires, and he passes him like he is standing still. And here comes Jason once again out of turn number 2 into turn number 3. He's just letting these cars go without having to press. He will stay out once again as he dodges down into turn numbers 1 and 2. He has just about a 17-second lead on that number 31 of Gunter, but that will change once he comes down pit road and he sticks it to the inside this time. He will stay out once again, and he gets into the wall out of turn number 4, and we have 30 laps to go in this event. It is coming down to the end of this race. The number 31 Gunter is back in P2, 16 seconds back now. I believe he's ready, and here comes your race leader down on pit road once again. And he backed it down, and he is going to give up the race lead to the number 9 now of Austin Coop as they come out of turn number 2. I'm sorry, turn number 4. And I believe that will finish off all of our pit stops. This here is for the race lead. You have Austin Coop out front, followed by Gunter in that number 31, followed by Fauci in that number 25, and number 18 of Null, and then followed by the number 33 of Bollinger. Remember, Bollinger was the first one to come down pit road, and he cycled back out into the top 5. Anderson is now back in the 9th spot. The question is, will he have enough time to come back and possibly take this win? And the top 5 have a decent amount of a gap between 5th and 6th of just about 4 to 5 seconds. As of right now, anybody in this top 5 can still win. As these cars come around, we are watching Austin Coop in that SoundCloud number 9 Toyota Camry lead them out of turn number 4. 25 laps remaining in this event. Can he pull it off, or will somebody be a surprise and come and take it from him? Seth Fauci is hunting him down, staring him down, making sure he doesn't get out too far. The track temperature and the degrees outside have stayed the same since about the halfway point. So these drivers know just about how these cars are going to feel as they make their way once again onto the back straightaway. And into turn 3, and Seth Fauci is right on the back bumper of Austin Coop, and he wants this position, but he's going to have to really try to take it from Austin if he wants to keep it going as they head into turns 1 and 2 once again. We have these two race leaders fighting hard for that top spot as they come around turns 3 and 4 to head down the front straightaway once again. Anderson Johnson 6 seconds back from the race leaders. And he is slowly gaining. The question now will be, how much trouble will these other drivers give him? And can he have enough time to pass the top two as they come out of turn number 4 once again? These guys have opened up a 2-second gap to number 31 in third place of Tyler Gunter as they make their way back down the back straightaway once again. They are running just about the same lap times. And here they come once again. These guys are single file. They both know what is on the line as Anderson has made his way 5 seconds back on the leaders as Fauci looks to the inside of Coop as they enter turn number 3. Side by side, Fauci wants the position, and he gets it cleared. Now the question remains, that has caused Anderson about a second gain on these two guys with 18 laps remaining. Is Anderson going to catch them? And is Anderson going to be able to pass? Fauci is now settled in the top. Coop right behind him. Kraus just about 2 seconds behind them. As you see the number 25 in that super flow Toyota Camry get right onto the back end of these two cars. He has fresh tires compared to our race leaders. Our race leaders should just let him by and not cause too much of a hassle, because fighting with this lap car is going to make it so Anderson continues to gain on them as they come out of turn number 4. They still waiting for that super flow car to get around them as they head into turn number 3. And that has brought Anderson to 3 seconds behind the race leaders. 15 laps to go in this event. These guys are flying, but I don't think they are flying fast enough as Anderson has made his way to 2.5 seconds behind our race leaders. Here they come once again in the front straightaway. There is a half a second gap from the 25 back to Cruz in that number 3 spot. And Cruz knows that that number 17 rainbow car behind them is getting bigger and bigger in their mirror. And he is ready to go. As he now looks on the inside of Coop on the front straightaway here. He doesn't want to spend too much time trying to pass him, as he's still got Anderson about 2.25 seconds back. And he makes that pass quickly and easy on Coop. But here comes Anderson out of turn number 2, making his way, creeping his way more and more to the front, catching this lead back. And Cruz is looking on the outside of Fauci for that race lead. And that number 6 anime design Toyota Camry And he makes the pass. As they enter turn number 3, he doesn't want to fight too much because just about 1.5 seconds back, you have the 17 of Jason Anderson quickly making his way back to the leaders. We have a very short time left. These guys are running just about 31 seconds per lap. And as they come out 10 to go this time, which means they have just about 6 more minutes of racing left. Can Cruz keep the spot, or will Jason Anderson come back and take it? Anderson has caught the back end of this field. Remember, one of those cars back there is a lap down car. So, nice and easy for Anderson. But at the same time, Cruz wants him to have struggle to get around these lap down car and then the other two that are in front as well. The lap down car does give Coop some room coming out of turn number 2. He now has his eyes set on Coop in that number 3 spot, and they are side by side. And here they come. Side by side. Coop is not giving up that spot too easily, and Anderson gets clear. But is it enough time? Cruz is slowly pulling away from the top 5 drivers. Anderson eyeing down Fauci now. And he's looking on the inside. How much room is Fauci going to give as they go side by side down the back straightaway? And they touch coming into turn number 3. Anderson wants the position and he takes it. Excuse me, I have a race to go win. 1.3 seconds back to Anderson. 1.25 is Cruz. Does Cruz have enough in his tank, in his manpower, everything to keep Anderson behind him as they come through turns 3 and 4 once again? 5 laps to go in this event. 5 more laps. And it is a steady 1.3 seconds back to Anderson. Cruz has been in the top 10 all race. Four to go this time by here in Charlotte. 1.25 seconds back to Anderson. As we sit here and watch. Let's find out. That's not the relative that I want. Three laps to go in this race. Anderson gained 0.10 seconds that lap on Cruz. At this rate, he will not have enough time to catch Cruz. 2 laps to go. 3 miles left for Cruz as he comes firing down into turn number 1. once again, Anderson now 1 second back as he comes firing off at turn number 2. Anderson is going to have to give it all he got to get it down. He is now 1 second back. The white flag is in the air for Dane Cruz as he fires around for the final time heading into turn number 1. Anderson still only 1 second back. I don't think Anderson is in the wall as they come through turns 1 and 2, heading into turn number 3 for the final time. Dane Cruz comes out of 4 and sees the checkered flag. It wins the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This was an incredible run for Dane Cruz as he takes the checkered flag 1.23 seconds ahead of Anderson, who had a dominant car all race. What a race it was.
And thank you for all the courtesy there on those last rounds, Klein.
As you see Dane Cruz.
Great win there, Dane. Great podiums there, Jason and Seth.
Hey, Russ, get up here for a photo op.
I'm already on pit road. Where you want me?
Let's.
Pit road.
Hey, Dane Cruz, this is Mike Taylor with iCast Racing Network. Do you got a copy, buddy?
Hi.
Oh,
Perfect.
dang it. Dane Cruz, do you have a copy, buddy?
I love your hood louvers, one each color.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Dane Cruz, this is Mike Taylor with iCast Racing Network. I've been broadcasting this entire race. Do you have a couple moments?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I would hope so. Dane, you put on one heck of a show, the final 100 laps. What was going through your mind in the closing laps? Did you think Anderson was going to catch you?
Yeah, I did. He ran a very good race. I just on the final stop there, I took as little fuel as I could and took 2 tires, and I just had the advantage with time and got through traffic well, and he did good. It was fun mixing it up. We raced around each other a lot, so that was a good race.
Absolutely. When I saw you come down pit road and take those 2 Goodyear tires, I was wondering if it was going to be enough to hold him off, and it sure was. And you are now a Coke 600 winner. Congratulations, Dane, and make sure you get good pictures.
I appreciate it. Thank you everyone coming out. It was I wish we could have had a little less cautions, but that was a good run to the end there, so that was a good time.
Yeah, that's a Big 10 for. Alrighty, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining. Right before we sign off here, we are going to take a look at your final results. Your race winner was Dane Cruz in that number 6, followed by Jason Anderson, who put on a dominant run after quite a few mishaps, made his way back up to the top 2. Seth Falty in that number 25 is your 3rd spot, followed by Austin Coop in the number 9, Ross Cato in the number 30, Tyler Gunter in the number 31, Luke Dilworth in the number 34 made his way into the top 7. Jordan Kalinian, the number 2, got in 8th. Colin Bollinger got number 33, or in the car number 33. And Johan Chari got in the number 21, got your top 10. 11 through 15 follows Ethan Workman, followed by Brian Noel. Connor Rockwood in the number 15. Neil Phelps in the 14. David Williams in the number 8. Galen Gidman in the number 32. Connor Truman in the number 16. And Ryan Farrell will round out your top 18. Followed by Jason Iniani in the number 5. Nolan Hicks in the 24 will round out your top 20. Jacob Bott in the number 27, followed by Justin Bondurant in the number 20, who had some very unfortunate issues, and he ran strong all race. Followed by Jacob Klein in the number 19, followed by David Snook in the number 4. He had a strong car all day and had an unfortunate early ending, along with Ryan Suzuki in Team Yakitori Racing number 29. Jeremy Paris in the number 35 finished 26th. Joseph Hayes in the number 7, 27th. And 28th was Michael Kenner in the number 23. Joseph Sizek in the number 28. And Donald Hickson Jr. in the number 12 will round out your top 30. 31st was Jacob Snyder in the number 13. Joshua Williams also had a series of unfortunate events and finished 32nd. The 33 of Braden Carroll in the number 11 is 33rd. Mickey Tuttle in the number 26 is 34th. Mark Gonzalez in the number 3 in your 35th spot. And rounding out the field in the 36th spot is Michael Simmons in the number 22. Again, I want to thank you guys so much for coming out, spending the evening with me. It was a very incredible, fun race to watch, and it was an absolute pleasure to call. Thank you so much to Crystal Burton for joining me up in the booth for some of the race. And we will see you guys Monday night. When we come back live for the Fast Action Racing Series at Richmond for 150 laps in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. We will see you guys then. Have a wonderful evening and good night.